stretch. Eat. Hello, Spoopy. I'm actually not ready yet. I still have to do a little bit more setup. But I appreciate the sentiment that you want to throw things at my face. I hope you're doing well. Let me. I'm just seeing that I need to get a controller. You're honoring my defense. They fucked around and found out. Exactly. Your Honor. My defendant has fucked around, found out, and now is. Oh. That's my controller. Me sitting on my controller. This is why I'm happy to have a starting screen. VTS path not found. I literally just did that. Select folder. Start. I think I have everything, right? Oh, I need Pogu-kun and Street Labs up. Alright. I'm gonna wait for the... My nose is itching. My nose is itching so hard. Ugh. Alright, it looks like ads are about to end. Let me hit on the button. There we go. We are right here. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, a new series that I'm starting today. There's a lot of stuff that I've been planning on playing. Unfortunately, the one thing that the things that I want to play aren't available today. Like League, I didn't feel like playing. Valorant, it seems like Valorant comp games were like ass today, so I decided to skip that. Lethal, we have Lethal Company going on Wednesday. We have Fortnite probably going on tomorrow on Tuesday. So therefore I can't play Cult of the Lamb tomorrow, which is the new DLC, so I'm gonna have to play that on Thursday, which pushes back either the Deep Rock Galactic to either Friday or off stream. Me playing that off stream or on Friday, and then Saturday I actually don't know. Saturday is a bit up in the air right now. So I decided, why not start. I choked on my water. Why not start this game? I've had this game. I bought this game like last month. I've had it ready. It looks like the there we go. Your Honor, I have no evidence, but it is what it is. All right. So, and this is one of the games that my friend IRL told me that he would definitely watch if I played. So here we are. All right. This is the first game. New game because I've never played this before. I played a few of the OG Ace Attorney games.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
But I thoroughly enjoyed the games.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh, somebody died.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh, dang! We start with our main character being the bad guy. I'm just kidding. I actually kind of like this, like, art. Let me move my mouse so that it's not in the way. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your players, murderer! Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow find myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! You're not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Wait, can I hit auto? If I hit autoplay... I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has a right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. How is his hairband flowing in the wind when there's no wind inside? Right, Ryunosuke. Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. So, although I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Ah! Hey, Mayu! Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even qualified. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. Is he gonna die? It's not that impressive. How are you doing, Mayu? I think I'm sick. A little bit sick. The very concept of law is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. 3 days ago. Exhausted, Michael has stated, nuh-uh. Because I've had no sleep due to period cramps. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. There's a soul at the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Is it his hairband? I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I had to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London. Oh dear, look at the time. Better get going. Oh, wow. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Your Honor, I have Exhibit A. Slides over Uno reverse card. Oh my god, y'all are awful lawyers. Dude, I can't stay long. I just hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much. Have a good Have a good time shopping. Thank you so much for the head pats. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. But they probably said partner in English, so it would be partner. Honestly, I thought that came from the game. Straight after that, that's when it happened. Whoops. Asogi, may I have a word? Hey, I think. Wait, so the guy, Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind for that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers. Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? Oh, Professor be kind of fun. Oh my lord. So, Ryunosuke, which is the character I believe that we're playing, and his last name is Naruhodo. So I'm thinking, is he like a great ancestor to Phoenix Wright, whose name is Naruhodo? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I am a professor of forensic science. It's Kazuma before. Forensic medicine. Okay. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. My nose is so stuffy! As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. Sorry, chat. I had a few. Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade him to grant permission. Tank the trial, ain't no one wanna come to Britain. That's true. Even in the old days. But like, but for Japan, it's a completely new place, so they gotta experience it, you know? I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving you're innocent will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Mikotoba sounds suspicious. Why not just say it? Why not just say it? So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Oh. You want me to defend myself? Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Hey, don't be a dick. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. Been playing crazy Ace Attorney. What? This was not on my 2024 bingo card. It's been on the cards for like a whole month. Skippy, how are you, Skippy? And so, with absolutely no idea of what may lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. So we're playing this chronologically. So we're playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and then after the 2 games, we're gonna play Phoenix Wright 1, 2, 3, and then once 4, 5, 6 comes out as a bundle, we'll buy that and play it. Let me know if the volume is too quiet for the game. Okay, if I just do this real quick, okay. It should be fine. Audio. Wow. It's only on or off. Thanks, game. I think that's all that they can do for me. So, this is a courtroom. Yeah, he does look like Phoenix, right? Pretty sure they're related. The Supreme Court of Judicature. Judicature? No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Junosuke. It's about to begin. Man, these are all familiar faces. The court will now hear the trial of Junosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question Professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? We defend ourselves! Bam! As I'm standing here beside this, and I hope it's clear who will advocate for his We do it ourselves. What is this? What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Oh, Nani? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. I have faith in you. It's just that I don't want you. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not like that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. Shut it, Kazuma. Wait, what? I knew that's how you feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. This guy has a terrible poker face. Seaweed. You are absolutely right, but wait until the fourth game to make your decision, okay? Accordingly, the very high... Wait, actually, technically, they're different people, so... Never mind, just make your decision now. Do I make myself clear, defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What's that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't really remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Hit the Y button. Okay, you can access the scoreboard with the press of RB. Okay. As I check my own controller. If you're fine, we're fine. You've forgotten something. Just consult that. It's all in there. I just had to press RB for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. When you're done, just press B to go back. John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. You know what? I'm gonna try to make a speculate that he said competence in English, and he's like, "What the fuck does that mean in Japanese?" He's saying English, man. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. Oh, it is a diplomatic mess. That's why it's secret. You know what? I understand. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and AJTFN? There's gotta be a better name for that. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of the Englishman has been spilled on our soil! You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. No, dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Restaurant. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was, single fire, a fatal hemorrhage, no exit bullet did not pass through the body. Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. That is true. Government defense. That Britain did have an empire at that point, yeah. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's caught and select present. Do it now. Yeah.
Yes!
I wish I could skip the tutorial, because, like, I understand the game, chat. Game, Gabe. I understand how to play. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. That he looks at the evidence, but doesn't be like, oh, this is helpful. There's going to be a lot of, like, important evidence and not important evidence. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Well, that's something I've never seen before. He doesn't know what photographs are! It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. That looks more like a burn rather than a hole. I know that exactly. Let us start with the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. Did he do like a Super Sentai pose? He did a Super Sentai pose, chat. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh, this is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first! Yeah, like, how are you flowing that hairband indoors? So, C-Bro needs a poker face. It's the butler! The butler did it! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hozonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh, whoops. What did he say? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Okay. I didn't skip anything. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It has become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental Eatery, 3 days ago. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court... You know, this judge looks more competent than the one in the first games. In the Phoenix Wright games, at least. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring. I'm gonna put on a jacket. My body temperature is like kind of cold. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. Nah, he needs cords of steel. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped into his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor besides the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Yunosuke. You will have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. If I may confirm, you never saw it happen, though you heard it and saw after it happened. Exactly. If I may confirm 1 point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Wipe the wipe the blood, goddamn! Thank you. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Yunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? We're gonna wait and see. I'm sure we're gonna get an opportunity to cross-examine. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Yunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never had gotten to university otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. What? So I made it wrong? Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. When the defendant defends himself, yeah, there's a lot of times, at least, I believe it happens twice. If I had a nickel for every time the main character defends himself in his first game, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot. But it's weird that it happened twice. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was at that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. How do you know that? Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. The waiter is sus now. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. How is that evidence? Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into a court record. Can I check the court record right to now? So, Super Sentai pose! The court has now heard of presses of the case. Bro's about to die at the stand. I know, right? Can I examine this? Can I check the back? Like, it says entrance, kitchen. Can I check the back of the business card, please? Oh. Good steak. Good steak. What? Wait, wasn't he in the kitchen? Exactly, he was in the kitchen. So has presses of the case. No, he's talking. Okay, so he was talking about like he dined alone and he was at that seat. Was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. It looks like there was a clear view from the kitchen to where the Brit was sat. Oh, really? Hold up. You're right. He was in the kitchen. You're very astute, Seaweed. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain unsworn? The details to the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Wait, you said it was alone. They were alone. He's bluffing. Yeah. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty on one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Watch one of the witnesses happen to be the woman. Yeah, exactly. I'm half expecting that too. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it. And so as a judge and the prosecution, I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? Yeah, Kazuma, you're... But considering you're the tutorial assistant, I'm scared that he's gonna die. Hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi. His name is Prosecutor Auchi. The first thing that comes to mind is Ouchie. Please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Wait, but like, he's...
Witnesses claimly
Wait, how are they allowed to, do a testimony, like, testify in court together? Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa. Iesanosa? Iesanosa. Yes, sir! No, sir! Reporting for duty, sir!
Myself, I find an employee as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Korekuta.
Curio Korekuta? Classed as witnesses, there was only 3 people dining at the time it happened? Yeah, exactly. At your service. Wait, okay, so Curio, C-U-R-I-O, Curio. Korekuta? Korekuta? I'm trying to figure out what the last name is supposed to be. Korekuta. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. Korekuta. Ah, okay. Thank you, Warlink. Korekuta. Okay, that's really funny. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. Collect yourself, man! But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Yeah, I thought I heard a newt. Newt! So, this is a decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing to every time I speak. Maybe I should just not talk and try to hear it. Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Is that a baby crying? At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The Black Unicorn's varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Wait.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. Wait, but there was no exit wound. One of those baby things on, that's what I thought too. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! The wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy! Oh, he has a knife out. You would think having a knife out would be illegal in the courtroom.
What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad daylight of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Shut up, Yunosuke! Is that really true, Yunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Yeah, exactly. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was... wait, sorry, my bad. Wrong voice. If that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who the criminal was. There is? Yunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now!
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Where's the objection? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki pet band boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Well,
Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Yunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Yunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Okay, the first thing I want to do is say, show that the gunshot wound was in the front. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military judgment. How do I present?
Yes!
What? What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us what we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student in here in this grand courtroom.
Ah! So frustrating. What do you mean? Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there is a there's clearly discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Yesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir!
Yes!
But no, that just can't be! Why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is an obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, hey, there's a baby. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but you pushed him down again. It's a baby! Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all! That's absurd! I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Get fucked! Ah! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. Seaweed, I would like you to know that the judge in these games are authoritative, but literally clueless. 100% of the time. Like, seriously. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. There's so many times where I've yelled at the judge in the original games. It's like, how do you not see this? But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. Yes. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it off the floor. Imagine having a competent judge. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed, the Hoye Era Koban, my prize coin.
Stop shaking the sleeping baby, goddamn.
On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habit to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute.
Oh, lost. Raste. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you.
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoye treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. It simply vanished.
The Koban vanished?
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoye treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoye Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will not. He will find a wolf at the back.
Huh?
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime.
I feel like if you lie the first time, like you said that there was no doubt that the guy saw that he shot it, and then found out to have lied. I feel like your whole testimony should be null and void.
The equally despicable defendant Yunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name: Aido. It would seem those straps are a sign of Sergeant being too strapped to afford to a nanny. Oh, so he stole the coin. Aido. Tian Shun! Your father is about to fall down on me! Watch and learn, my boy! So he stole the coin. So he shot the bullet. I don't know, sir. Oh my god. I don't know, sir! Ah! The puns! Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than a black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. I like how he just like... these testimonies. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly.
Didn't you try to ignore the court proceedings and object to the fucking cross examination?
We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Why is there...
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As plainly can be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly. Based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Hold up. I want to see both. I want to examine both pictures. Look in the background of the photo of the dead guy. Exactly. I was about to say. Wait, is that the same steak? Is that even the same steak? It is. It is the same steak. Okay, hold on. It does appear to look the same, chat. And this is the flower pot right there. I feel like I'm chalking it up to just art discrepancy, not an actual discrepancy. We'll figure it out. Is it the same line? It is the same line. Yeah, no, I don't see any notable differences yet. So we'll keep going. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before us said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Can I see the table layout? What? If you say it's true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. Hold on. And now's your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. Okay, hold on. Let me look at the table layout again. The thing, the waiter... Yeah. It wouldn't let me at the time. We're still holding on to the fact that the waiter had direct line of sight of the person, of Dr. Wilson who died. Wait, why are there extra chairs? Why are there extra chairs when there's only 2 chairs here? There's And you know what's really funny, chat? Here's a little tidbit for everyone. When East Asian draws squares like these, it goes top left down, and then top left going to the right, then down, and then bottom left to the right. And you can see all the marks that are drawn that way, as if it's a handwriting, as if it was completely handwritten. That's just something that I wanted. I found interesting. It's like 100% an East Asian thing when you're drawing squares. It's exactly like this. Are you satisfied with what you've seen, Seaweed? So far, I mean. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh.
Okay. I see the moment they had to be facing them. For both of the witnesses to see the moment he was shot, they'd have to be facing them and pointing the gun at him. Even if what I saw, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was... That much I did my... Furthermore, a visual... That we were the only personal present. Okay, I could go forward and backward. A visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personal president. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black unit could dispatch the Englishman over now. Okay.
Yes!
Press. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Can you press them? Yeah, I was about to say. I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else here have caught even a glimpse of this woman. That's not what I want. I want, I wanted to see, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place... Yeah. It's what you'd expect. I was trying to... There was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Oh, did I... Wait, I actually... so I did the right thing. It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. I'm not gonna try the voice again. It's killing my throat. Victim had an appointment at a clinic prior. Hota clinic. Yes, there will be a period to entry for the date in question. In the past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. Went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. But I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Can I see it, though? Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the courtroom as evidence if you think it could be useful. I would like to see who... Yes. Because I want to see who he had it with. I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movement prior to his arrival at the life drawn no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. The court will grant the defense request. It's almost disturbing trend. It's a most disturbing trend! Court record. The victim. Yes. Now we can see it. Aha. What we need now is new clues. Well, can I look at this now? I can't look at it yet. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. The festival ready for you. God, that these witnesses had no leave no. Correcta. Okay, can we examine this now? Therefore, no one on the flag uniform could have. Can I press this? Should I press this?
Yes!
Oh my god, dude, sometimes the... Always press? Okay, right. Gun feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment. Wait. Wait a second. So he picked up the gun at the place where Dr. Wilson was. And he was shot? Means myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Okay, we press this. What if I press this?
Yes!
As annoying as it is. And the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? I forget. Uncontested, we have... There is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. I wanna look at the medical card. Testified before. Then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Okay, no, I can't. Okay, let me look at other evidence. Steak lunch. It's carbonated water, not wine. My bad. Shot from the chest. From the chest. Changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card. All we had to do was continue! Piece of crap! I was like, I want to look at it. I want to look at it. And all you had to do was continue, Sin. I'm so mad. I got ahead of myself. Use a right stick. Oh, I could do that. Okay, to rotate the evidence to all directions and examine it from all angles. By using... Okay. Well, this tutorial is actually useful. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. Aha. Wow. That's a very big hint the game's giving me. Okay, first off, I wanna... Can I can't rotate this one. Okay. I wanted to see if... Oh, right, I forgot that old people are evidence too. Look at this medical report card, see if there's them to learn by examining in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. To inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. Okay. Hello there. Let's have a look. This kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in West for pain relief. Anesthesia. Well, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic. Okay. Worth bearing in mind. I wanted to explore some more, but okay. Wait, hold on. Oh. Wait, right there. Present. Wait, oh. Bro, I didn't mean to do that. I'm supposed to present with Y. Yes, I'm aware, please. Oh, sorry if the mouse was bothering anyone. It didn't bother. I didn't see it until then. If I'm feeling pain. Yes, 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 yes. I'm aware. I'm sure you need someone with you afterwards. Yeah. Present! Well, I think,
What are you wittering, lad? You call yourself a lawyer?
Wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Everyone stumbles on their first word. Occasionally, under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I see it quite clearly in that cosmet you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposely, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Correcta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, you dreamscape. You don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours, post-procedure, while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Correcta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you! I think it's fair to say that tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some steak with a missing tooth, that would hurt like a bitch. Even with anesthetic, yeah. Victim was unable to eat. I remember when I had my, one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating it in the picture's beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Ugh. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? Murder? No! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Collector? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Yunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas of who might be behind this? If we can confirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouth shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. Can I examine now? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards too tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigations Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here, the waiters... I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name into my head. The only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give a false testimony? I can't speak, chat. Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Junosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about real identity, proven by this evidence. Yeah! I knew from the get-go. Wait, can I need to present it like...
Yes!
There we go. I almost did the same thing as last time. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. Great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can include anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. See, bro, follow the logic, or perhaps should I said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's what we're telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this oversighted student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan. I knew from the get-go the card was important. Needs to look at the evidence better. Yeah, exactly. Actually, no, this was an unsworn testament, and the waiter, or Hosonaga-san, submitted this into court without prosecution. So the prosecution also is didn't get to examine it further. The front of that business card revealed the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. I remember that. Yeah, exactly. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. You really are a detective. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. What kind of incident? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Standing opposite the victim at that scene was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was a killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman that has been murdered on our soil, to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of question. For the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Bro got asked to equal evidence, just blab to the courtroom? Yeah. I mean, he's fucked either way. We already have evidence that that guy is chief police inspector. So even if he lied, even if he denied it, we have evidence and testimony about him being manipulated by someone. So he has no choice. So he's just screwed either way. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying the medical faculty's research laboratory, the other two witnesses would be screwed too, exactly, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was certain Miss Giselle Brett. I'm trying to figure out the nickname, the illusion, I guess. You know how everyone has like a weird name. I'm trying Giselle Brett. Brett makes me think bread. Giselle. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of the Yume University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here? Bro, poor prosecutor. He's just, like, getting thrown out of his league. That under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. I feel like this is like a gross... Oh, okay. Well, we all knew it was a woman. Oh, okay. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it will be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my court. As incompetent as he is, at least he's very honorable. Also, it's really not spoiler. We all knew that the woman killed... Like... we all knew that the woman killed, him. Well, his name was Wilson, right? I forgot the victim's name. That's very bad. John H. Wilson also kind of looks like John Watson, so makes 100% sense now. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. I guess Brett is the pistol, Barrett. Like Beretta. That means your special orders you were given from the police bureau. Yeah, see, as I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Bruh, you should talk to a doctor, man. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. I'm guessing Giselle is the gun's name and Brett is the Beretta. Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Dude, he's gotta bring that woman within 30 minutes? Sheesh. Usually takes like a bajillion years. Oh, I accidentally did not save. Can I save here? Nope, I cannot. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you're grinding your teeth. Knees weak, palms sweaty, vomit's on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, and you have, haven't you? I might not be overtly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up. So there's 2 guns at the scene. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking at as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. And as you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to squash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Oh, I hear a clarinet in the BGM. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hidden. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Dude, Kazuma's gonna die. I hope Kazuma doesn't die. Alright then, I'll save thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. The court hereby resumes the trial of Yunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. That's your own fault, my dude. Ugh. Sorry. No, don't be sorry. That's too Japanese. Don't be sorry about anything out of your control. You're trying to protect yourself. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. Yeah, exactly. Kazuma knows what's up. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders... Founders? Oh, and our nation... Breaks down and our nation... Founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Exactly. Hold on. You really have nothing to worry about, Yunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Yunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is in the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of the truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. Okay, now that I think about it, even if the judge knows the link and makes all the mental jumps to understand it, I feel like I realize that it's the lawyer's job to guide the people and connect the dots very plainly so that everyone understands, so that it doesn't look like the judge is is making mental leaps to make conclusions. I just feel like the judge needs to stop sounding more less than confident. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea, someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true— Yes, we all we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. Yeah, that's true. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Dreamscape, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I want to see that swan hat jump off and fly. The fuck? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? I'm guessing that's, When I bring out my mouse. I think this is... either, miss? I refuse to read this. I refuse to read this. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Nah, I can't read it. She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. That's a lie! She was literally ushered out. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Cast your eyes over this photograph print. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Did you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Well, it looks like it's clearer now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I bet she knows Japanese the whole time. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. If I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. We don't know that. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at the Snow White Angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. This is literally the Amber Heard trial. Like, that's why I hate people who present themselves to be, like, very, very distinguished. You're still making the same mistakes, Yujinosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. In her hat? Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. I don't think anything rash to do, but I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. To do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Alright, let's press a lot. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
Can I press that? I want to press that. What kind of argument? When I noticed him, it was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that report at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Speak Japanese. Japanese is a customary language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterwards, the accused shot. Okay, I want to check all the. Okay. I'm gonna press that. Let's press everything. I like pressing. Press all their buttons. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Dude, come on, chill out. Defend it. You can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. Why don't they check the bullet? Oh, they didn't have it back then, but they could have checked bullet tracing. Bullet tracing? What's that? Like the grooves in the bullet? Their rounds gone dirty. Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You touched her? You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." And you just believe it? That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? Honorable English young has clearly stated that she does not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. He wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your officer told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she had in no way meant to run away from the scene of crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refused it when the game is up. Imagine how could at least have the courage to pay attention when I'm goading you. So you admit you're goading her, in which you shot him, which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already, and the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel better either. The first thing to do is press her on any other statement that seemed even slightly off to you. Wait, how did... Oh, I promise you. Yeah. Aiming for this crossing. Yeah, exactly. We know. We're gonna press everything else then. After 2 PM, in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are on vogue, isn't that right? No. She said no. She straight up said no. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine woman, gentlewoman is. I feel like a lot of English people would be insulted by this. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? By the way, I'm also eating it at the moment.
Yes!
That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. I mean, that it was you who ate the steak pictures here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have the ear shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Alright, experience. To have traveled to the island to the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Being that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Oh my god. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Bro Lurker! Hello, Sunshine. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Yeah, because if you look at this, there's only one glass of water. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, why the steak was in front of the person who can't eat exactly? Gladly, she said. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. Could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Okay, I want to first press on that one. I want to press it.
Yes!
And if there's no more information we can get from it, we're gonna present our image. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opens its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? Exactly! True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. Yes, I know, I was just checking. Pounds on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead to us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around, yes. Understood, Kazuma.
Yes!
Ah, the music stopped. Therefore, it's the right answer. That's it. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is a defensive inability to express itself. You know, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, why is there only one glass? 2 glasses on the table, not one. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible? I mean, the minute details are important. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. That sounds so suspicious. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. That's you're hiding evidence. Oh really? Sorry, I was eating. So do we take it that you are going now to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? Yes. Exactly, we are. To mischief? I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. So she had something. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So you could put a gun in there. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. Some of the cases I feel like here are like very, very over the top. Absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth, we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. It's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated that the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now you have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Was he shot too? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. What do you mean unnecessary? It was unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph I thought would be imprudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, you can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are hideable. Okay, so then why did she have it in the first place if the only thing in there is the glass? Exactly, so there was no need to search this lady's handbag. With a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that. Naruhodo-san. Ah! Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put quite the fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of yourself.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little...
Yunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait! Your Excellency! Yunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Yunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I failed to see how we can glean any new information on this handbag. What's that sign? Oh.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Okay, I have 5 tries, alright? I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Well...
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when it was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
But we do. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Alchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case... I can't present it yet, okay. I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer.
I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Yunosuke? Do you believe this burn has to do with the case? Yes! Honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I had to find some link between that burn and the case. The beefsteak! This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the Jake's burn and this trial. Yeah, it has to be this one. Ta-da! Okay.
Yes!
Music stopped. What is this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. But in the photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. That's not an objection. Explains the reason for this victim's burn.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Barely the beefsteak. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape! The music's great. Yunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means, the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Almachi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! Why can't he be both?
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. He got those post-mortem, duh. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds for that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aoshi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... He was already dead. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead! No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order! Please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Aoshi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. See, I knew she knew Japanese the whole time. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Bruh. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. That's what I hate about some people. Well, you are the epitome of a Jew. Stop simping for her. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Potassium chloride. Wait, chloride or nitrate? I don't remember. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That sounds so sus. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Bruh. Bruh. The Minister of Justice? Huh? Thanks? Was that the prayer then? I have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Rolling on this case immediately. Yeah. Just like Phoenix. But
Yes!
do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly back trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? What? Haha, what fun! You hadn't realized. As your friend, as well as yourself, Yusuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Yes! Yes!
That still brings up the fact that... Oh. Made water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. No. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. That's why I heard the post-mortem report showed no pulse.
Yes!
It's written here in the paperwork from ballistic trauma. Although a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us, and as there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body. Poison! Poison! Cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. Victim burned his wrist on a hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. Then he must have already been dead at the time.
Attention!
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken with him, please do show me. I mean, do we have anything at the moment? Can I examine some of these? Oh, it just says all the same things. Okay, never mind. I was curious. Leave me alone.
Yes!
Flawless investigation. Take such out.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. Country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as you can understand. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. Only before, when something didn't seem quite right. I think it's going terribly. Okay, cool.
Yes!
Wait.
Just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been to stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman is to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. To pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Yunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. With the D-pad, you can turn your attention. Man, I can't believe he's breaking the fourth wall like this. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, but first, yes.
Wait.
I'm hitting the D-pad. There we go.
Excuse me.
Yeah! What's the meaning of this? Dude, so I'm guessing he got poisoned too. Like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective isn't in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Okay. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remark touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Believe it! I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept this glass bottle of water as evidence. Can I investigate? Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle of which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Can I... Examine. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. You can go to France and ask. You can just say that you don't know. Wait. Oh, it's the same thing. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. You never ceased. Anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gotten quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility.
Yes!
Yes, the music stopped. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous, to suggest this thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one's crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful... It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where'd that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. We tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. In this country, find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. So sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if you use poison. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Did I get...
Hold it!
Huh? Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defendants. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. No, you can't to be continued me! This was getting really good. Even if it was the first one. First case. Come on. Yeah, I forgot to save the last time. Okay, I think we have time for the last part. Oh, wait. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman, no less! The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I asked only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The English ones. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on the human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Goodbye, then, and good luck. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Yes, sure we can. Poison made from bark of certain used to incapacitate the prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above entrance enters through a wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to toxic could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused by the result of the phobia or patients would die from suffocation. Okay. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present the court? I presume not, but... Curare? Oh. Curare. Oh. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Yunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Thank you for letting me know. Or link. The evidence does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. No, that's a universal thing. So, counsel, it's just giving you, it's just like, it's more of a, like, polite request.
Yes!
Like, opportunity for you to save face. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say it? I never even heard of it! You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly toxin. Poison. Okay. What? Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribes people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, cousin. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was sleeping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Island boys? I guess we're the island boys. Cheers. It's not in the water. That's why she took the cup. Y'all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course. That's the simplest truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venture. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I gave him more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Imagine if the guy inspector had swapped the cups. There had to be poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There can't have been, because otherwise she wouldn't have killed over dead. Water contains no poison. The bottle of water doesn't contain the poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel, for which you will be penalized. Oh, wait, what? Oh. My bad, I guess... I guess I was wrong. It does have poison, and it does have...
The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. Oh, maybe did I read it wrong? Hold on, let me check the court record again. Oh, so it has to be found first. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. This claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. Body through a wound. Such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Like, does it necessarily have to be inside of a wound? If it were me, if I were the killer, I would have laced... If I were this woman, I would have laced the cup with the poison, have him drink it, then carry it and put it in my bag.
Yes!
No, that's not it. Okay. I guess I'm overthinking it. Well, my other guess would be... Oh, I already used this, so it can't be that, so... You're not? This part's logic is a bit annoying to follow. Well, okay, it says that it has to be in a wound, right? The first thing that came to mind was... this. Apparently it's not. And then the next part would have been this, but apparently it's not, because it's the same evidence. Oh, wait! Hold on. His tooth. He had a wound. He had a tooth removed. So therefore, that's an open wound. So therefore, it has to be in, according to this, it has to be through a wound. So... It has to be, so it's gotta be either this or the medical, or the Giselle's report.
Yes!
Oh, it's not this one. Ah! This is so dumb! Oh my god. I swear to God.
Yes!
Nope, it's not this one. Okay.
Objection!
God. Oh. Oh, cool. Oh, no, I didn't mean to. I pressed the wrong one. Oh, wait. No. I meant to admit. I pressed the wrong one. Shut up. I messed up. I know I messed up. I accidentally pressed the wrong one. Ah, come on! Is this part of special characteristics? Oh yeah, special characteristics. Ah! My bad. The music stopped. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... That... Rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out... That's Juan's alive after all.
Objection!
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But it only makes you look silly. Well, what are you trying to say? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce. It means, as the nature of the gastric succus. So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it. Yes, he would. But we are... She doesn't know. Pepe laughed. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Yes? No? Come on, it gets so frustrating. Oh, black and white. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like, and more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
Take that!
As Ms. Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But, what if there was a wound inside of the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it? You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. Puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What just happened? Is the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. What blunder! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Objection!
She just literally tampered with evidence. That should be admission of guilt enough, man. In my head, you told me before your powers off one thing you could really depend upon. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Of course there's a clue! A clue! A clue! I think I might have something. Something up your sleeve, don't you, Yunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. Something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving the truth about all this. I mean, bro, it's...
Take that!
Inspirator Hosonaga, answer me this! Yes! What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going
Shut
with...
up!
Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. A what? Oh really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes, for blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means that the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett! I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a scratchy thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the Sergeant Hart had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. So much drama. Court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Shut. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Is that the right steak, though? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. That's not the right steak. Impossible. So dramatic. It was right there on the table behind the professor. You're Japanese too. Let's pretend according. Come on! He said he got both steaks, man. Bro, imagine if I failed this right here. I'd be pissed. That stupid... Of course there's another clue. There's always gonna be another clue.
Objection!
Your help with beefsteak. Not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastinations. Save first? Wait, can I save? I don't think I can save here. Oh, wait, I can save. Aha! There we go. There we go, we saved. That was so dumb. The freaking poison one was so dumb. It's the wrong steak. Wait. It's either the wrong bite of steak, but that could be an artist thing. It could be this, that can also be an artist thing. It's just like, do they want me, like, do you want to be graphic and say that there's no, actually, let's do this one. It's the wrong steak. I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I mean, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been trouble. It's the wrong steak! Bullion and bouillon. I don't think you will ever again. Do I have to click it again? Oh, whoops. My bad. I didn't mean to redo this conversation, please. Wrong end of the stick about this agency. Okay, present. Good gracious, that's a Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Objection! Objection!
The music is great. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, it's not irrelevant. That piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
You don't have a lawyer job. Don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who's irrelevant. Yeah, exactly. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Owner of the Koban is this man.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kyuryo Kodakuta. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoera Koban, my prize coin! Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, 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 please, why would Kodakuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? Makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kodakuta-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. So here's what happened, right? The sergeant brought the put the coin in there because he stole the coin from Kodakuta-san because he's poor. Exploited by the police, we were. Like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this Ratsute shop's owner's existence. Wow! Oh my god, it stabbed him in the foot! The splendiferous Hawaii treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and his plate soaking in seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it wouldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. Yes. So, unbeknownst, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already at the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Kodakuta-san Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense view on this matter. It would be this man.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yesanosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Aido! Aido is the mastermind behind all this. You push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It is you who's the monster, Sergeant. He blames the baby. Wow! Dude, he's being ratatouilled by his baby. Why are you trying to hide the kid now? Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it is hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. This place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. How is this relevant? How is this relevant to the case? I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd too. So I hid the incriminating evidence on the double, under the stake, hoping that I'd be again later at the... This is ridiculous. Carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett, stop simping. Come on. No, 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 no. No, stay. You're staying. Something about Miss Brett's parting words. I forgot what she said. And good day. Oh. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. Is that the case? Don't just stand there thinking! Make your voice heard! Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Shinosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Hold on, I need to save. My brain was not working. It's 8:50. Okay. All right. I'm pretty sure it's this. Oh wait. That's not what I get. I want to say it's this, but I really want to say it's this, chat. Yeah, they don't look the same. How can they be the same? They're at different angles. This is supposed to be cut further inside. As for picking up your steak and biting into a knife and fork, did he even say it? I really wanna press that one, chat. Where are all those? Where's the fork marks? Where's the fork marks on this thing? How would you? Okay. All right, chat. I'm gonna go with my gut.
Take that!
It's probably not. Oh, it's wrong. Wait. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Oh no, I was right. Okay. Extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help it.
Shut up! Shut up!
Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. I know I saw somehow disappear. And most importantly, the evidence that proves, once and for all, that who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Everything, Your Excellency. Everything. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. How can you be so sure?
Objection! Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, solve it. Okay, I'm gonna save once more because I don't want to be bullshitted by this game again. It's gotta be Hosonaga, right? He's the one who said that he has, he took both of them.
Take that!
I have it? Yes. I think I've been with all... Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with teeth marks. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Koroketa's coin. He told us he slipped it under the steak. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Dang, shut! Affirmative, of course! I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still, I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she... In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection! Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Not the sergeant. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic plan. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Yes!
So, Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Inspector Hosonaga. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had to take in both. That's correct. And please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
Objection!
Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no? The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. This has taken longer than 4 hours, chat. Technically, I should be ending stream right now. Sorry for keeping you. Hey look, there's the blood. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Oh, I guess it was a correct steak from the picture. It's only the first case too, I know!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows us that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Watch her destroy this evidence too. No, fuck, no way. I'd like... There's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the farm. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. How do we... Okay, but now we... But, like, there's still one more thing. Outdone by a Japanese... Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No! There's still one more thing I need to know. She... no, the baby bird! Ah, the baby birds! There's so many baby birds, bro. Oh, has she died and gone to heaven? Oh, the baby birds are so cute. Oh, look, the baby chick right there. Okay, one more thing I need to know. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Yeah, the last thing I'd want to know is how she, where's the gun? Life using curare. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for a very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So he planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Use curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor. meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. I planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. So I was right, there were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was a culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. No, bro, you're gonna end up dying, dude. I hope you can forgive me. Naruhodo-san. What a bitch. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Get wrecked, dude. And it carries on for generations. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh, dang, that's a familiar face. Oh, dozen millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Shall, in the Supreme Court of Japan, will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. You, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its door to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Aosogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, an unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yay! And we only messed up once, well, 4 times actually, but like, it was mostly just like one point of the game. 1 point of that trial. Holy crap. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Nakazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Oh, he's dead. That's like a big death flag. Holy shit. Hard work has certainly paid off. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. I don't know how things would have turned out. The kind words should really be for my father. While simply doing as he asked. Thank you. Your father. Ah, yes, of course. Mikotoba, judicial assistant to... Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together. I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asoki. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I will learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asoki clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Oh, dude. Dude. Hey, Warling, does Kazuma die? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's we cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? British Consular Court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but doesn't justify our government's making a secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that's for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They are obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Okay, so I feels like, well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. I think the police inspector is this game's gumshoe, right? I hope so. I actually kind of like this character. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Junosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. You like to put... Yeah. I feel like Hosonaga is, I suggest La Carnival. As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I like Suseto as well. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Oh, I'm sure it'll come up. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes, in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, That's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. I mean, to be fair to Kazuma, I'm the one who's on trial. I of course I believe in myself. I know 100% of what happened at my own time. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. You know what? When you put it like that, that was good. That's a good speech. There's something I want to ask you, actually, June. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. You sound serious. What is... You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. There will be no later. You're gonna be dead, and you're gonna send me like a mail for like the secrets. I know it. I feel it in my jellies. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Yes, that too. Man. Well, you know. What do you mean? If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had the water bottle, we wouldn't have had the steak. Okay? So that was very important. Thank you, Hosonaga. What do you mean he didn't do anything? Bro, he's like the sole reason that you're still here. I hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh boy. Yes, I want to save my progress. Alright, we're gonna hit the title screen, good old title screen, and we're gonna end stream here. Thank you all so much for watching. I had a great time playing this game. I'm gonna try to make this weekly thing. I'm gonna try to make this every Monday, I think is what I'm gonna do. So thank you all so much for watching. I didn't really have time to do anything else. Perfectly just this game. So here is our options. This streamer looks fun to watch. She's playing Metal Gear Solid. I think this is the first Metal Gear Solid. Either that or Kijit, who's playing Lethal Company. So I think we'll raid. I think we'll raid Kijit. I haven't raided Kijit in a long time. I don't know. I don't even know if he even knows who I am. But we'll raid him. When's the last time we raided Kijit at least? Okay, it was in November. Cool. We'll raid Kijit today. Today is the 15th of January. He's playing Lethal Company with some friends apparently. I hope he's having a fun game. Let's try to spook him. Alright, and then here is our raid message. Actually, no, here's a link just in case you're not taken to his stream. And here's our raid message. Copy that, paste it on his stream, show him your support. I hope everyone has a great day, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. And as always, please remember to take care of yourselves, and I will see you all in the next stream. Alright, bye-bye!